Green Bear, how's it going? Going to be getting ad breaks out of the way, and then we'll be getting streams started. Going to roll those. Whether or not they start immediately is up to Twitch, but once they're done, we'll go ahead and get started on some more pumpkin sculpting. About a minute 20 on the ads, and then we'll get this show on the road. Thank you guys for joining me. Happy Tuesday. I'll see you in just a few. What's up, Lualco? "20 seconds. Whether or not ads are actually playing, who knows? But we'll wait for the countdown just to be safe.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. That's all for the ads today. Welcome in, folks. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back, Rose. Happy Tuesday. How was your weekend? I hope you had fun. It's good to see you. We've been working on our pumpkin monster here. You'll notice in the background too, I did a little bit, just a little bit last night to save us some time. I started working on the other one, just to get the basics done, you know, and I'll probably do a little bit more refining on that, so it's completely ready to go. Once we're done with this guy, we'll move on to him, and I'd like to have him ready where we can just kind of get right to work on the face and the teeth, you know? But really happy with how this guy's turning out. We're going to be working diligently on the face today. I've got a little bit of an outline of kind of what we're doing with the brow and the cheekbone. And we got a little bit of work on the upper lip to do, some more work around the gum lines. And once the face is done, we fill out the rest and start doing some texture detailing and get them into the oven for a bake before we sculpt and attach a stem on top, of course. So I survived. Very nice. Very nice. I hope it was fun. Rose, of course, had some LARPing activity over the weekend she had been prepping for. And that sounds like a good time. Sounds like a good time. And I hope you had nice weather for it. We certainly did here. It was a nice weekend for sure. As I discussed yesterday, I went out for a bit of a hike. And I can show you some pictures here. I snapped a couple that are on the website. And you can actually check out the website right there. It was a bit wet. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I hope it didn't ruin the festivities. Hope it didn't get in the way of that. Yeah, let me pull up. We'll hop over here. I got the website up, of course. Many of you have seen it. But some trails, well, a trail that we hiked over the weekend. And one of my favorites. I really, really, really like this area. Just like the rock formations and everything in this area. It's freaking cool. The pictures don't do them justice by any means. Especially like this picture, you can't really... The perspective here, it's really hard to gauge the scale of this. But like, I would be tiny if I was standing down here. You know, this is a very big spot, and it's way down there. In fact, on the main trail, you can't even tell how steep it is until you veer off the main trail, and it's like it's a pretty hefty drop. But such a cool spot. I love it. But yeah, real nice weather. The whole weekend was pretty much like what you see in the picture. A little bit warm. I would like fall temperatures, not this 78-degree stuff, you know. That's too warm. Let's have some fall weather, please. Got to play as some of the NPCs for some of the encounters. That sounds fun. Yeah, I've never done anything like that. I've known some people that do, it's like a once a year thing. I believe it's like a week long, or yeah, I think it's like a week long event. There's no technology allowed. It's all primitive camping, and then they do like medieval style, like war events and stuff. It's pretty crazy. Looks like a lot of fun, but I just never got involved, you know. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Happy Tuesday. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. We had a nice productive stream yesterday. Certainly appreciate the turnout and the support, and it's been really fun. You know, look, I really liked working on these guys. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this project, and I enjoyed working on Oblina. But I have been itching to get back to this project. It's been a minute since I've been like super excited to like get back to work. You know, really chomping at the bit and resisting the urge to work on this guy last night, which is kind of what happened here. I was like, well, I don't want to work on him because I'm trying to save it for stream. So why don't I just do some small stuff with that guy? Also got chased up the hill after doing a bit of sneaky culty shrine stuff. Oh boy. Fastest I've ever booked it up a hill. Oh boy. A little cardio in the activities, eh? We'll probably strip this down. I want to shape this up a little bit. Then we'll have to like properly proportion this, and then we'll get it on both sides and start blending and all of that. That's the plan. Oh, you know what? We're going to pause the music. We're going to shuffle it because it wasn't on shuffle. Let's get that taken care of now. And that way it is done. And let's get to work, shall we? Yeah, I think we might go see Spawn this weekend. Spawn? What? Venom. Might go see Venom this. I think it's this weekend it comes out. I know tomorrow I'm going to go visit my grandfather. And then so no stream tomorrow for sure. I don't typically stream on Wednesdays unless it's like a makeup or a pop-up stream. But definitely no stream tomorrow. We'll be back at it, of course, on Thursday. But tomorrow I'm going to go visit my grandfather, and while I'm out, I think I'm going to go... No, there's no think about it. I am going to go pick up Deadpool and Wolverine on Blu-ray. I've been fighting the urge to get it early on digital. Mostly just because I'm trying to stop buying digital. I want to get back to buying physical, you know? It got way too convenient there for a couple years just to buy digital. And I want to get away from that. Want to get away from that. Yeah, there's a bit of a bump there I just wanted to get rid of. I think we're pretty good there. We'll be spending a good amount of time on the face because, I mean, that is the main portion of the sculpt. I have to do a little bit of cleanup and reshaping on these nose holes. And that's fine. All right. Let's take these guys off of here. And let me adjust my fan slightly. Basically, we need to shape up this nose a little bit before we proceed. And that's going to include a bit of blending with this right here. So we may as well get that done. Last night we didn't do too much after stream. Pretty much just hung out on Michi Meyer's stream. And I brought it up while we were there. And it sounds like we might move forward on the whole sculpting Michi Myers' killer tomato, little evil tomato character. She talked about, doing it for, she'd love to have a commission done or whatever. And I told her not to worry about it. I'd be happy to do it for free. Because it sounds like fun. And I was already kind of thinking about doing a little evil tomato type sculpt in the vein of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, if you remember that, whether it be the movie or the cartoon. We'll worry about that top section after a bit. Let's brush that down and then we'll start properly shaping that nose again. Not going to get like too into it because we'll probably end up moving back to it as we work on the blend around the eyes. Yeah, we'll shape that up some more once we get to that point. And I did manage to give myself a little bit of time last night to play some more Silent Hill 2. Made it a little bit further. Okay. And so what I'm doing there is just kind of using that rounded edge to push up that lip line a little bit. We're going to go back in and repeat the same thing on that lower level there to kind of work the gum line up. And some shaping here. And smoothing, really. Strange Lemon Art, hello. Love this song. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's looking very similar to a fox. What's up, Corpse? How's it going, man? You think I sculpt anything but foxes here, man? Come on now. And Strange Lemon Art, I hope you're having a great day. Welcome in. All of you, thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me. And thank you for being here to kick it off with me today. That's a little bit messed up right there. I want to... Now we'll just go in with a bit of texturing on that gum line. And then we'll do some cleanup on the teeth after we do the bottom section there. And then we'll be ready to start doing some blending on the brow line and cheekbone. Only reason I come here for the foxes. Thanks, I think. Doing good. Cleaning day, so no art. Oh, man. Well, on the bright side, the process of cleaning day I don't personally find too fun. Some days it's nice, you get in the mood, you know. But it's always nice when it's done, you know. That's what I find. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go like this. This is going to be awkward as boy. Especially because I have no place to rest my hand. I don't like it. I don't like it. We might actually have to carefully add a little bit of a line there. In fact, I think we're going to, just because the way that that's angled, if we try to cut in too much, it's going to look a little bit off. And I don't want that. I don't want that at all. So let's go ahead. So what does this fox eat? Right now, my time. Fire Shadow, what's up, man? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. All right, so now that we got that on there, let's go ahead and make sure we've got it in place. And we'll just kind of drag that back edge down, and then we'll smooth out the top using that as our lip line, right? I think this is probably the better way to go for this one. Up at the top, that works out fine. But down here, just like I said, the way that it's angled, I just don't think it was going to look good. So and then if I do this right, any remainder of the seam there at the edges will be hidden by the teeth, right? But not too much of an edge there. Get rid of our tool marks a little bit. The brush will do the rest with some ISO. We just want that seam to disappear first. Not much, just eating before I leave for work. Nice. Got a full day ahead of you today, dude. And I'm doing all right. I've been chomping at the bit to get back to work on this guy, so I'm glad to finally be back to work on this guy. Oh, did we land? Nice, Rose. You hit the target. All right, we are going to flip it a little bit because we're going to do a little bit of, hopefully. Let's switch cameras. Today and tomorrow, two to close. Well, good thing you're getting some hours though, you know. Guess that's the benefit there. Plus side. All right. And just cleaning up where that seam is at the top edge of the lip, you know. And give it a light little brush with some ISO, just damp. It's not saturated. We don't want it to eat away at any of the shaping or anything. Just a nice little cleanup and smooth. Then we'll have to hit this outer edge as well. That's a cute vampire pumpkin. Luardi, welcome in. Thank you. Yeah, he's we're gonna be doing like the cheekbones. He's gonna look pretty cool once it's all said and done. But cleaning up around the mouth here and the nose before we get into that area. I always end up with all the tools right here, and I need all of them, but they're also kind of in the way. That's a bit thick. Still a bit of a visible seam there. Just trying to get rid of that. Let's get that over here so I don't lose it. Got some clay crumbs sticking to that tooth. We don't want that. Okay, let's get back to getting this line here blended and in place. We're just kind of building out that lip line a little bit. I wasn't happy with how like cramped it was, and trying to push away was just proving that it was going to be a bit of a challenge for numerous reasons. So adding a little strand of clay seemed like the best course of action to address that, and I think it most definitely was. Guess what showed up today all safe and sound? Are you serious? Welcome in, Joe. Dude, that's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. You know, afterwards I was like, oh God, I should have put bubble wrap in the top of the box so it couldn't bounce around. But I wrapped him in like at least 5 layers of bubble wraps. I'm glad to hear he made it safe, man. That's exciting. Joe is, of course, the first person outside of Menchie and myself to own a piece of my work. And won it in our giveaway last month. One of our candy corns here. You can see in the top right, there's 2 of them remaining. Winner got to choose one of those 3. And Joe chose Scaredy Corn. And I got him shipped off last week. That was pretty quick then, you know? I was kind of bummed yesterday when I saw it was like 4 days sitting at Chicago International. But I'm guessing that's a process. Like it moves from one point to another. And I'm wondering if part of that was, you know, the Canadian switchover. And so, yeah, that wasn't too bad at all. A week, 7 days. Pretty standard. Usually takes 2 to 3 days to clear customs. Yeah. Dude, I've had stuff in the past that took forever to get through customs, and I have no idea why. It was like a hat that I ordered years ago. It ended up being a shitty hat, too. All right, do we have any cleanup? Yeah, we can always come back to the teeth. Let's start working on the cheekbones and the brow. We're gonna re-roll these strands because they're a bit thick, but that's our general approach here. It's real rough. I just threw it on there, but that's kind of the idea we're going for. I sadly have to order stuff from the US all the time, and yeah, it usually vanishes in customs for a few days. Well, that wasn't too bad. I still can't get over shipping rates these days, but you know, it is what it is, I suppose. And US Postal Service was by far cheaper than FedEx. FedEx is out of their minds when it comes to international rates. Hi, Mommy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Shipping costs suck. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm definitely going to have to like factor it in. Oh man, we dropped a bunch of frames. What's going on? When did that happen? Huh. I wonder if I need to. We dropped frames yesterday too. It's got to be Twitch, man. It's got to be their ingest server. Because I don't drop frames. Strange. I have to look into changing the old ingest server again. Happy Tuesday. How's your day going so far? It's going good. I've been chomping at the bit to get back to work on this guy, so I'm happy to be sitting down and doing just that. I think what we'll do, yeah, we'll start with like the cheekbone. So we need a strand that's roughly almost 2 inches and a little bit thinner than this one. So especially at the end, that front end needs to be super thin, a little bit thinner here where we'll bulk it out, and thin down quite a bit where it's going to connect into the line of the mouth. So, and then we'll make that twice, of course. Especially in Canada, shipping within the US for you shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad, like domestically. We get screwed here. In some cases, it's cheaper for me to ship to the States than ship within Canada, shorter distance. That's crazy, man. Is it because of like the large stretches of wilderness or Then again, I mean, that shouldn't matter either compared to domestic shipping in the US because kind of really you guys get a little bit more of the permafrost in areas and stuff, I suppose, but terrain wise, we've got a lot of the similar areas. Freight rates going up with COVID and not coming back down. All the carriers in Canada jacked up their rates. Yeah, they did here too, but I feel like anyway, I know some of the things that I order that I have to pay shipping on, man, they went up. All right. That end is fine. Let's roll this out a little bit thinner. Trim off the excess here. And then roll this to a fine point. And we'll test fit it. If it looks good, we'll make another one for the other side. Did I just make this thing way too long? What am I doing? I did. You cut it back about there. It's such a good song. What Fleetwood Mac song isn't though, you know? That should do. Let's go ahead and make another one. Pull this off here for reference. Looks really cool. Thank you. Yeah, I've been looking forward to my pumpkin monsters. This was my first YouTube video back in 2022. Nothing. I like this guy. He's a list of mistakes, but I like him. And I couldn't wait to make a new iteration this Halloween. So, Q, welcome in, man. Happy Tuesday to you. So we're gonna go ahead and make another strand for the other side. And try to mirror that as much as possible. Probably would be easier to do it in multiple parts, but it's fine. My composite tool, there we go. I know I'm going to be, if we don't finish this guy up today, I'm going to be itching to work on him by the time Thursday comes around. I was pointed it out at the beginning of the stream. The secondary pumpkin, obviously I got him mounted, ready to go, and I put just some base layers on there so they're good. And I'll probably add some on the sides here, just like we are here, and then have this guy ready to go so we can jump right into facial details. I assume you'll get around to your pumpkin monsters after you've finished all these fox projects. Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. See, that's a little bit too big still, isn't it? I want it to be a little bit tighter. All right, so let's cut off. $2 inches. Let's cut back to here. Yeah, see, that's much better. That's much better. So let's replicate that quick so we can finally get them on and start doing what we need to do. That up here. And then what I did was I cut it back a little bit further, right about there. Perfect. And then just roll that to a point. Potato sauce. Potato sauce. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. In edit mode with all faces selected, press U to UV unwrap. Wait, what? Saw Vistaprint has a sale on. I might treat myself to some business cards. Ooh, is there a nice sale? I was thinking about the same, actually. What do they charge for business cards? I know I've gotten good feedback. So it was just kind of a matter of when I bite the bullet and get them ordered. But if it's on sale and it's a good price, I might get that done now. £15 for 100. But I want some spot UV ones. Wait, what? Spot UV. I pay a bit more? What is that? gonna trim a little bit off. Let's just go ahead and get the knife. So like it's shiny at certain angles that you look at it. Ooh, fancy cards are fun. I just know I want solid black on the background on mine. Front and back, preferably. Digging the evil pumpkins, Cosmic Papa Red. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been looking forward to this project. This was my first YouTube video, so we're returning to this as a new iteration. I don't know why it seems so dark in here today. Nothing has changed. Let me check my light. That's a bit better. That's how you do texture mapping in Blender. Projection. Projection. Not mapping. Yeah, I wouldn't know the first thing about that. All right, so we want this. In fact, where's my knife? Where'd I put that? Come back here. Cabochons? Yeah, these are just glass eyes. If you've seen some of the ones that Andy Mecca has used, I think we have like the same ones. I do kind of a mix. Sometimes I'll make my own with cabochons or with clay and paint them. But when it works, I like to use these glass eyes because they're pretty nice. And now comes the process of carefully blending around the teeth. And of course, we are listening to the Spooky Sculpts playlist. A little bit of mix of all kinds of stuff in here. You can't have a Spooky Sculpt playlist without Rob Zombie, though, right? Is this cosplay? Yep. Yep. Yeah, I used to sculpt with Sculpey. And then when I did, I used a little bit of cosplay from time to time. Like for hands and such.
It's time to take
Really?
a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
My goodness, that was quick. That was quick. Well, we got a couple minutes yet, but we do have an ad break coming up. We do them once an hour, 3-minute ad break. Get those out of the way and then get back to it. And you know, it gives us a nice little opportunity to get a break in, get a stretch, grab drinks, snacks, all that good stuff. So I stop working. So even if you're not subscribed and you get ads, you're not going to miss anything. But that'll be coming up here in just a few. And just a slow process of blending. And then we'll be getting into some of our texture detailing, the fun stuff, you know? What about White Zombie? Oh yeah, them too. Actually, I don't think I have any of the White Zombie songs. I think it's pretty much just Rob Zombie. But yeah, let's hop over here for just a minute before we jump into ads. We got about 38 seconds. Again, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. Plenty more work to do after the break. We're only getting started. Gonna throw some links at you. One for the main YouTube channel where you can see all of my work in the form of condensed showcases. Condensed time lapses on some of my older projects and showcases for everything. And there's a link to the Discord. Just keep in mind the Discord is manually assigned access roles. When you join, just hang tight and we'll get those roles assigned as soon as possible. And yeah, but yeah, the Discord is the best place for updates. You can post your art there. We love to see it. And let us know when you're going live if you stream, because I try to lurk when I can. So hope to see you there. But guys, ads coming up. Thank you for being here. Going to throw the break screen up. Like I said, great opportunity to grab a quick stretch, a drink, a snack, any of those things. And we'll see you back here in just a few. Thanks for being here. And we'll turn this is a jam. Let's turn it up a little bit while we're on break. Enjoy. About a minute and a half. I've been thinking about putting a 3-minute timer on the break screen. I might do that. Come on, ads. We got work to do. Let's go.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
There it is. Let's get right back to it, shall we? Let's do that. Just had Jennifer Love Hewitt on my adverts. Thank you for that. She's a lovely fox. What's she doing these days? I forget. I think she's got like companies or something. She was on Michael Rosenbaum, if you watch his podcast, Inside of You, which is what a name. Yeah, one of the more recent months he had her on the podcast. Really enjoyable podcast. I typically only watch it when it's guests that I'm interested in, but uh, fun podcast regardless. Granton, welcome in, man. I'd have her on my podcast. Would you for like Halloween themed? Because you could just be like, you could be like wear a costume, something like a banana. Or, there's always...
Ask me about my winner!
Medium Jenny, welcome in. Welcome in. How we doing today? We are doing the things. Doing the things. A little bit of a slow start for the day because we're going to be doing some blending, but once we're done getting the shaping and the blending out of the way, that's where the fun stuff starts because we really get to kind of dive in, excuse me, and start doing some texture detailing. And I can't wait. This guy's really going to start to take shape. Doing well. How are you? Doing great. Doing great. It's the best time of year. Let's go ahead. Yeah. Just need something to kind of scoop down a little bit of clay into that void. So we have a blending surface. Been meaning to stop in for a while, but been so busy with school, so I'm happy I finally got some time to stop in and chat. Well, it's a pleasure to have you. And I'm glad you found some time to just chill, it sounds like. I know it can be, we were talking about it, I think last month. It definitely can be a busy time of year for folks. And it's starting to seem like those busy periods just keep getting extended throughout the year and running on to each other, just kind of stacking up. But such is life, I suppose. Loving the jams? Thank you. This is my Spooky Sculpts playlist I put together. It's got a little bit of everything on here. There's even, you know, there's some classic rock. There's modern, a little bit of Rob Zombie in here, because why not? You have to. For spooky stuff, right? Some punk. A little bit of everything. You'll find anybody that hangs around here long enough, I have a pretty eclectic taste for music. So we listen to a little bit of everything. This is going to be the tricky blend right here around this eye, because we want it to connect, but this bottom brow, we want it to kind of rest up against the perimeter. We don't want it to impede the eyeball. The top brow will have a little bit of overlap, but we want it to kind of nest right along the bottom edge of the bottom portion. And then we're going to have to blend it into that groove. And we'll do the other side before we start doing cleanup. Me too. Yeah, it's great when you can find something in a wide variety of music, you know? It never gets stale that way. I've always really been big into music of all kinds. Even down to some classical and instrumental and some black metal, all the way to black metal, you know? Although I've only recently kind of got into some of that. Bands like Black Braid, it's a Native American black metal band, pretty awesome. We'll have the top brow meet there, so we're not going to worry about that blend too much right now. Let's go ahead and start blending this other side. The other side, oh boy, it's always... The other side's always the problem. It's one of the one time where I start to envy digital sculptors, where they get Control V, copy and paste. You can just do one side and copy it and duplicate it on the other. I don't get that luxury. I have to struggle through the awkward process. What are you building on? What's the white part? So we've got a foil armature. I'll let you see this guy because it's not quite covered up here. So underneath you see the foil, obviously, right? And what I did was I started off just foil on foil on foil on foil, and getting a basic shape, and then using a tool to kind of get some grooves in there. So we're working with the foil instead of fighting against it to get some bevels. And then the white is an ultralight clay. It's cheap. I wouldn't recommend sculpting with it. I like to use it for filler and I'm not too keen on working on top of foil. So this stuff lets me have a little bit more control in my armature. And you give it a quick bake for 15 minutes. It's good to go. You can cut it if you need to. You can trim it down. So it's nice in that regard. It's super lightweight. And then I just sculpt on top of that as a solid foundation. Some people may think that that's needless and unnecessary, maybe a little redundant. I don't care. It works, and I prefer it that way, you know? Mirror mode, both sculpt both sides at the same time. None of this copy paste needed. See? You see? Cheaters. Cheaters. I don't have any, you know, I don't harbor any ill feelings towards digital sculptors. I just like to tease. Although I don't understand how some of the streams that are literally just a 3D printer running, I don't understand that appeal at all. But that's something, I suppose. Thanks for explaining. I like it. Yeah, not a problem. Happy to answer any questions. It's all part of the journey. And it's how I've learned, you know, watching other folks and picking up techniques and giving them a try. You know, what I like to say is, watch others doing what you're doing, see how they're doing it, learn new techniques that way. It's a phenomenal way to learn new techniques, and then just incorporate, you know, what works for you. Give it a try. If you need to modify that technique, you know, find a way to make it work for you. If it doesn't work for you at all, that's fine too. Find something that does. Same with like materials. Some people swear by cosplay. I happen to find that cosplay is phenomenal. Some people don't like the feel of it. And I get that. It's use what works for you. And don't worry about what everybody else is saying, you know? It can get noisy when you start letting all that influence you. But I think the most important thing is just creating in general and finding a technique that you're happy with, that works for you, that you enjoy. Because if you're not enjoying it, what's the point? And Ultralight's a great resource. Yeah. And I saw you had another message up there. What was that? I'm trying to keep up. What inspired your sculpting and art journey? Cosmic Papa Red. I used to sculpt as a kid. Using Sculpey actually, and I really enjoyed it. I used to make stuff and enter it into the local fair, you know, each year, and won some ribbons and stuff. But mostly, I just enjoyed the sculpting, and for whatever reason, as I got a little bit older, I just kind of fell out of it, along with a lot of other hobbies that I regret, you know, moving away from. I don't even know why I got out of sculpting. Like, for instance, I used to draw all the time too. And I can tell you what happened there. I stopped drawing when I started messing with digital graphics, and I regret that. And it's something I'm trying to find more time to practice. But as far as sculpting goes, towards the end of 2022, around this time of year. I found some clay when I was going through some things, and it sounded like a fun thing to do. I wanted to, I thought like, I'm going to sit down and just make some stuff and have fun. And I did. And Minchie, my partner, she's like, these are really good. Why don't you do something with this? And that's when I started the YouTube channel and all that. I do a mirror to get the basic shape, but for detail sculpting, it's better to not use mirrors even digitally. Yeah, see that? That's all. I look at Blender. I've had Blender installed on my PC for ages, but every time I open it and look at it, I start to feel like, a little bit of blood dripping down my brain, that aneurysm kicking in, and I'm like, nah. Nope. I do need to give myself a little bit of time to play around with a few things that I've wanted to try. Like I want to start using DaVinci Resolve as opposed to what I've used to edit all these years. And I only stick with it because I'm comfortable with it. And it does what I need it to do, I'll be honest. But, I would like to learn DaVinci Resolve. I'd say After Effects, but I'm not paying subscription fees to Sony. To Adobe. It's just not going to happen. I'm not paying subscription fees to Sony either. But yeah. That's if I could even sculpt. Cannot sculpt with a mouse. Yeah, that sounds awful. Guess it can be fun to watch what's being made. Maybe some ASMR going on. I don't know if 3D printers make a lot of noise. I don't either. I think it kind of depends on the printer. I don't have one. I would like to get a resin printer in the future. If only as a means to reproduce some of my work. If I could scan it and print it, that'd be kind of handy. But then again, if I'm doing molding and casting, I'm not sure if that even serves a purpose. So maybe we should switch over to the overhead. And that is, molding and casting is something that I definitely want to get into in the near future. I just need the right project to do that. I'll probably start off with something like small, quick, and simple, because if it gets messed up, then I don't have to worry about losing a good project or something, Hell, I could probably practice with like something store-bought, let's be honest. Like go to the thrift store and find some little decorative trinkets that fit the criteria. Like I said, the other side, it always takes me longer. Ugh. I hate it. All right, let's clean that up a little bit. DaVinci is great. Yeah, I've heard good things. Heard nothing but good things. I even have it installed. I just, I'm set in my ways, you know? I'm like, I could sit down and try to make the new showcase in DaVinci, but that would take extra time. And then I just sit down and do it with what I normally use. I've edited with Premiere way back when I learned to edit. When I learned to edit in high school, video production class, we were editing analog. Digital was not really a thing yet. So you had your dual VHS deck and multiple monitors, and you would have your dub deck or your dub tape, and you would have your copy tape, and you know, you go through your footage slowly because it's VHS, and you manually mark in your stop at end points. It was a process. It was a process. Digital editing is far more efficient, that is for sure. Now I'm in my late 20s and I'm back in school. I have no time for an armature, so I've had to do digital to get the itch. But it never scratches the itch that real sculpting gives. Symmetry, right? Yeah, symmetry. Yeah, I think I got yeah, it was free. I claimed this free VR sculpting program on Steam. And I've not yet once checked it out. Cause I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's free. You know, that'd be cool to check out. And then I'm like, why would I do that though? When I can just sculpt. And again, nothing against people that do that. It's just, for me, it doesn't sound quite as appealing, you know? Cosmic Papa Red, thank you for that follow. And again, this is not a saturated brush. I dip my brush in the isopropyl, right? And then I like to dab it on a rag a couple times and just kind of double check when I'm doing this kind of thing. Cause we're wanting to clean up here, you know? And if you get too much on there, it's gonna work too well. Because it will take some layers away. So especially if you're trying to clean up areas with detail like these teeth, you'll want to do kind of like I'm doing. You dip it in, dab it off, make sure it's damp but not saturated. And that'll clean it up real nice for you and keep your detail. As long as you don't go over it too much, it will wear down. All right, we're going to repeat that process with our top brow, so we can get that blend done before we start working on texturing, right? And to do that, I was like that with photography, started with film. Nice. Did you you got to do some manual photography development and all of that, I take it? With the dark room, the whole 9 yards. Dip it and dab it. Yep. Bug boy, welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Been wanting to do that for a bit. Wanted to wait till I actually could attend. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I know what you mean. I find ooh, we need to clean this up. I find on occasion like I'll like, oh, I need to follow this person, you know, and then they're live, but I can't chat, so I'm like, ah, shit. I don't want to drop the follow right this moment because I can't talk. There we go. That's better. You like the clamp? What, my engineer blocks? These things are super handy because obviously you can pop an armature wire in here to hold it. And then what I did, I got smaller screws so that they pass through, they don't fit the threading. And then that way I can lock things in like a vise. If you try to use the threaded ones that fit, it just doesn't let you get a clamp because it wants to go wobbly on you, like kind of cockeyed. All right, so like I said, same thing. Let's zoom out. We're just going to roll some strands for the brow. Thinner than this even at the tip, but same length. Let's cut that. Did I only make the one? Perfect. Sorry. I know I go into focus mode. If I get quiet, that's why. Who won the candy corn? Joe, designed by Joe. He was actually just in. He might still be lurking out there, but he actually arrived today. Scaredy Corn made his journey and completed his journey today. He has arrived at his new home. So that's good to hear. And again, we're going to have texture detailing in here. It's not going to be such a flat surface along this top lip line, even along the bottom lip, especially in these wrinkles in between the eyes. we're going to have a whole lot of texture detailing that we're going to be diving into today once we get this completed. So let's go ahead and press this in place. A little bit of a demanding blend right there. Probably go in there with a ball stylus here. Are the what made of shellac? The swears? Sweets. I see we have some here. Wait, which are we talking about these? These are made out of polymer clay. And then those are the ones that we made this past month. But yeah, these were the first one. This was one of the first things I actually sculpted when I found that clay that I mentioned and got back into sculpting. These guys, this pumpkin and a little fox figure. There you go, corpse. I made a little fox figure actually. Let me show you if I can pull it up on my Instagram. It was something that Menchie had requested, and I don't have any pictures of it, but or on the website rather. Finish my sentence. Let me scroll all the way down. On the Instagram. Yeah, here he is. Nothing special. It was like this little skeleton in a fox suit that she saw, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And I was using old clay, and it was like my first real return to actual sculpting, you know. And overall, I'm really happy with how he turned out. It was a little fun project. But she keeps him at her office at work. She's a dental hygienist, which is why he's holding the little tooth here. But yeah, it's all stylized. This is literally like something that she found online on Instagram, I think. And I was like, well, I can make that. So I did. So yeah, that's why it's kind of like a stylized skull. But yep, that was my first. And then I made her this little guy that's hanging in her car, actually. There's another fox corpse. Look at that. And then the candy corns, which you guys saw. Those are the originals that inspired the new iterations. Nothing special, you know. But I had fun making it, and it's what got me back into all of this, right? And then the original pumpkin. Again, everything done on that pumpkin was wrong, but I'm happy with at least the end result. So, did I really sculpt it? That's no, that's not ultralight. That's just Sculpey, and for whatever reason it was white. That's what it is. It wasn't ultralight. But yep. Let's see. Let's go back here. And then if anybody wants to take a look at the Instagram. There's a link in the chat. And you can also check out more of my work on the website. So they are actually really special? Yeah, in a sentimental way. Yeah, definitely. I just mean they're nothing special to speak of as far as like technique and capability, you know. All right, let's get the little spoon.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Who's that rapping at my chamber door? What's going on? Old Sloth, hello. Lazy Spudsy coming in with the raid. Raiders, welcome in. How we doing today? Lazy Spudsy, how was stream? What were we working on today? Lazy Spudsy, let's see. Back to crafting. Makers and crafting. Very cool. Hello, Lazy Spudsy. How was stream? What were we working on today? I see you're making a return. Is that correct? Let's hop over here in just a moment. And let's say hello to our raiders. Hugh, shellac, commercial resin marketed in the form of amber flakes made from the secretions of lac insect. Yeah. It's weird that resin's made out of bugs. Comes rigid at room temperature. Yeah, I use UV resin, Hugh, but I've never really made a sculpt that's completely coated in resin. However, that might change with an upcoming project. So stay tuned on that one. I was just doing bits on my cosplay. Oh, very cool. Working on some cosplay. Let's, if you've got any links that you'd like to share, Instagram, anything we could take a look, I'd be happy to share on stream if you want, you know. If not, that's totally fine too. No pressure. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I'm going to give a proper shout out to Lazy Spudsy. And make sure I drop a follow and check out their work. And you guys should do the same. That's me. That's me talking. All right, follow. And there we go. Cool. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. You can call me Feral, Moon, any of these things work. I'm a sculptor here on Twitch. Sometimes we dabble in some other stuff, but mostly sculpting. In fact, it's all been sculpting on stream so far. And today we are working on our pumpkin monsters, which is an iteration of my very first YouTube video. You can see him back there, that little pumpkin hiding behind the candy corns. And revisiting old projects here with new iterations to kind of incorporate new techniques and more detail. I had 2 months crafting break, but it's closer to cons, so I need to finish it. Very nice. Yeah, cons coming up. I've never been to any cons myself, but I've always wanted to, especially some of the comic conventions. Crowds do it for me. That's the problem for me. But man, I'm sure it's a good time, especially dressing up and everything. Who doesn't love an excuse to wear a costume and have fun? That's one of the reasons why I love this season, you know? So very cool. What kind of costume were you working on? And you can see actually some of my work down there in the bottom right corner. And I can throw some links in chat as well, namely to the YouTube channel, which you can find all of my work on in the form of condensed time lapses. And then more recently, all my newer work's just going to be kind of showcase focused. Now that I'm streaming, you see more of the process than a condensed time lapse ever shows. So I figured why not just focus on showcase videos. I don't like people. It's good to do Sundays when it's not so busy anymore. Yeah. I tend to say I don't like people, but I just don't like the way people tend to act, especially in large numbers. Because realistically, I enjoy the company of people and the conversations like we have here on stream. But yeah, I have an anxiety disorder. So crowds, unless it's an environment I'm comfortable in, crowds really ruin the experience for me. Zalatath? It's a new baddie from World of Warcraft. Oh, with the oh shoot, it's slipping my mind. With the new expansion, I'm assuming. It's easier to say I don't like people than I don't like most of the people. Yeah. I get it. I totally do. Because like I say, I catch myself saying I don't like people a lot. But I know that's not true. It's just people in groups. And I don't like the way that a lot of people tend to treat other people and behave in public in general. That kind of thing. And that just feeds into my anxiety. So totally get that. Totally get it. But yeah, like I said, if you've got some links that you'd like to share, we are link friendly here. So feel free to drop those in the chat. Do let me know if you do. If I miss it, I'd like to pull it up and show it off if you like. And other than that, again, welcome and thank you for the raid. Certainly appreciate it. And by all means, I know how it goes. If you need to de-stream and all that good stuff, feel free. I think cosplayers are usually very nice and welcoming, at least in Europe. Yeah, I could see that. Because you kind of have to have the personality to handle everything that comes with going to an event like that as a cosplayer, You're going to be drawing attention on yourself. So that would be my biggest thing, right? It's like, I want to dress up, but I don't want all that attention. But yeah, the stream has been huge for me when it comes to anxiety because I get to have those conversations and we have some really good ones. Certainly appreciate the community here. And it's been a real treat here on Twitch, getting to know other creators and peers in this space. Really been enjoying my time here. YouTube is fun. I like editing. If I didn't like editing, I probably wouldn't bother. Because of the algorithm and everything else over that way, but you don't really get any kind of social feedback or gratification from it at all. There's just not that kind of thing going on YouTube from my experience anyway. Not to say you can't have that experience, but it's not as front and center as it is here on Twitch for sure. You need to dress in something nobody knows. Or come up with a really cool Transformer cosplay that looks really like some mundane object I can just transfer into or transform into and conceal myself and hide. Now you see me? Now I'm a trash can. Is that Kill a Sandwich? Kill a Sandwich, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Got some Spooky Sculpt soundtrack going on today, a playlist that I put together for the season. Just hanging out, working on some pumpkin monsters. A little bit of a slow process right now of blending, but we'll be getting into some of the fun stuff here really soon once that's completed. And really working in the texture detail on the face. And then from there, it's just a matter of completing the rest of the exterior. And this guy will go in the oven. And then once he's had his bake, we'll do the stem, which I've already drilled holes in the top of these just to kind of give us a little place to attach an anchor wire for the stem, so it's nice and stable. This is going to be a bit of a trick. Love your work. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's nice to have people to chat when I craft, but for me, it's mostly motivation to actually work on my costumes. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits, I feel like, in streaming your work. For one, you get the social outlet. You know, it was fun when I was just doing YouTube. I'd put on a movie, sit down and work. And that's fun. But like after a while, it gets a little samey. Not to mention there's the struggle of what do I watch? So I've really been enjoying the conversation aspect of Twitch. And then in addition to that, you know, assuming that you retain your VODs and stuff, you've got something that you can kind of look back on or refer to if you need to. So there's that. This is not going to be a fun part to blend right here. I wonder if we should almost throw a little bit of a wrinkle fold in that gap, just to kind of fill that in and make it a little bit more flushed out. Why don't we do that? If nothing else, I can just put a temporary little strand in there, see how it looks. And if I don't like it, we can take it out. Never did any video editing. It's one of the nightmares for me. Yeah, it's not for everybody. I started working with video in high school. I always enjoyed it. And I still do. I wouldn't be doing, when I started out, I was doing like the full process in a condensed time lapse, like I was saying, but I wouldn't continue doing that just because I don't think it's worth it. But I do enjoy editing, so the showcases are fun. The old videos were fun too. They take too much time. Yeah, I kind of think I like that filled in. And, you know, it looks a little bit better than having that gap. And then maybe once we get a little bit of a blend on that wrinkle fold, blend it back into that. Yeah, that should work. Let's do that. Love everybody likes to do different things. Yeah. Yeah, we were actually just talking about something similar. Because I'm a big proponent, and anybody that wants to learn any particular hobby, watch other people, you know, see how they do it, pick up on their techniques, try them. If they don't work for you, find something that does or modify them to fit your needs. But most importantly, just find something that works for you to enjoy, create, and have fun. And, well, you know, obviously there's a right way and a wrong way when it comes to certain things, but I'd rather see somebody contently creating the wrong way, right? If there is such a thing, than not at all. Just trying to get rid of this little seam here. Let's brush that off. Got me into crafting? Nice. Nice. Any preferred crafting type or just a general crafting? Proud of my teacher. Very cool. I already had the passion for it. I just showed you how to cut foam. There you go. You know, it's a cool thing. I've had a few people that have told me that I inspired them to get back into sculpting or to try sculpting. And that's, man, that's a really cool thing. Yeah, I like that much better. That's much better. I put a little bit of a dab of clay in there just to fill that hole. Sometimes first step's the most important, no matter how much you possibly enjoy the walking or even running without the first step. What's there is to do with all that? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, you know. And I've kind of preached that to some extent myself. It's just if you want to try something, you know, obviously there's obstacles in the way. You know, we've talked about just today some of the stuff that I want to try, but time is the factor here. But it's always about taking that first step, you know, it really is. And it's oftentimes the scariest. We did a project that took me 2 months over the summer. It was my jerboa. It is by far the best, the biggest, and probably one of the most detailed projects I've ever worked on. I was scared to death going into that project. It was the first time I used cosplay exclusively. That's when I made the switch over from Sculpey. So I was working with a new material. I had never sculpted an animal before. And
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
it was also the first time I was using a specific technique for fur. So I was terrified. And I just, you know, I just tried not to think about it, and I pushed forward. And ultimately, long story short, I surprised the hell out of myself with that project. It's one of my most prized creations. I'm very proud of it. And if I would have let that intimidation and fear get in the way, I never would have done that project. You know, it's all about taking that first step and then just keeping your footing and your momentum and keep going. We do have an ad break coming up. If you heard Atticus there letting us know, we do ad breaks once an hour. We were doing them every 30 minutes, you know, shorter ad breaks. But I think the hourly breaks are actually kind of beneficial because it gives me a nice opportunity to stand up and stretch, and gives us all time to grab a drink, snack, anything like that. So you won't miss anything because we'll put the break screen up. When we come back, we'll be finishing kind of what we did here on this side, the other side. And then from there, we should really be able to start diving into some texture detailing and all of that. Might be able to finish this guy today. We'll see. And then we've got another one lined up as well. So let me try to get caught up on chat before we go to break. I made armor for Diane from Seven Deadly Sins anime. Well, that's cool. I love seeing the armors and stuff cosplayers make. I'm not familiar with anime, really. Not a lot of anime anyway. Some classic stuff like, Ghost in the Shell, Akira. Some of the Studio Ghibli. I'm an editor, so I do love it. I really enjoy the video production, but since the pandemic, I've not had many opportunities to do it. Yeah, Bug Boy, that's the thing. Like, without the YouTube channel, I don't have any, or without this stuff, I don't have any reason to do editing. So it really gives me an excuse, and I appreciate that. It's a I can do it attitude. There you go. Absolutely. Believe in yourself, you know? It's impossible to be I can do it without someone being all you can do it. Not always, of course. Give enough time, we may do it ourselves. Yeah, sometimes you just need a little bit of a push, or more importantly, some inspiration to push you or to push yourself. It's just every little thing matters. Good to stretch? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially with crafting, you tend to lean into it a little bit. I totally get it. We got ads in progress according to this. I'll put the break screen up. You have names for your mini figures? Like my candy corns? Are we in break right now? Let me know. It says we are. I'll put the break screen up and we'll answer the question when we get back, if so. I'm assuming we're in break. I'll put the break screen up and I will see you guys in just a few. But yeah, I'm going to get up, stretch a little bit so we can keep going today. Oh, you got the magic abilities there, old sloth. Scary when the ads pop up. Yeah, some of those ads are seriously jump scares. Yeah, I hear you, old sloth. You know, I've got an ad block, but it doesn't work on Twitch. I've tried other ones too and never had any success. Even the ones that claimed to, but it is what it is. It doesn't bother me too much. And the channels that I watch routinely, I try to subscribe to, and that way I don't deal with it anyways. But that's becoming a bit of a challenge these days because there's so many people I want to support. I almost have to kind of rotate some of my support, you know? Some of them are going to be a nonstop consistency for sure, but unfortunately, I can't, as much as I want to, I just can't extend that across the board. Don't let the rain on terror on the ad blocks win.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Living in improper place. Actually, we are considered useless in terms of ads and revenue from it. So services don't even bother with showing them to us. Ah, okay. Yeah, I heard Australia is really light on ads on Twitch, for one. And welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We're going to get right back into it. Actually, let's keep that because I'm probably going to need it. Give you guys a little bit of a side profile look so far. This side, of course, mostly blended, mostly. None of the texture detailing has happened yet. And we'll probably trim up around the brow area here in the center. But we'll finish the other side before we get to that. And this needs to be adjusted slightly. So let's go back to overhead. And I'll zoom in. And let's correct this a bit. Let's take this off. We need to trim this just a tad bit. I said it before, I'll say it again. If you get the chance to see this band live and you like this kind of music, do so. They're awesome. I expected a good show when I went to see them live, but they surpassed my expectations. I can taste marker pen and smell it. Uh-oh. We got the markers out. What are we working on, Rose? Time to go and do nothing. Bed awaits. Time for bed, is it? Well, Old Sloth, it was great to hang out with you. I hope you enjoyed. And I wish you a good sleep. Okay, so same thing. Let's go ahead. We don't need this now. That was one of our little mock-up cheekbones. But what we do need is a little bit of a wrinkle fold to fill in that gap behind the eye. Okay. That's not the right one. Small spoon. Let's go ahead. Do a bit of this. Just to work some clay down there. For the blend. Be a good read before sleep, but thank you. Someone who went to LARP's character, Red Panda. Wait, what's that, Rose? Also, again, I appreciate all the support on the stream lately, guys. Lurkers, that extends to you as well. I appreciate you. Really been enjoying streams, man. And you guys are 100% to thank for that. You know, you guys are what make the streams fun for me. So thank you for that. Yeah, the last couple weeks, especially, man, they've been really, really great. Support has been phenomenal, and I really, really appreciate that. And I hope you guys are enjoying the streams as much as I have been. I blame a friend. Her LARP character is a red panda. Oh, ooh, that'd be a fun character. Red pandas are so cool. We went to the zoo. I think it was last year. They had a red panda exhibit. I wanted to take one home. I'm gonna put a little tiny dab of clay just to help fill in there. Also had this drawing idea in mind since Saturday. Can confirm funny. Oh, the one you're working on now? Well, when you get to a point where you want to share, by all means, feel free to post in the Discord, Rose. You know we love to see it. And I've been trying to make more effort when we have time. You know, I don't like to interrupt the process too much, but I do like looking at you guys' work and what you've been up to. So I've been trying to like to do so when we have a little bit of a gap or a little break. And then of course, this is for everyone. Just a little reminder, this coming Thursday, not this week, next week, will be the final Thursday of the month, and Halloween for that matter. And if you've been around, you know that the final Thursday of each month is our community showcase day. And at the end of those streams, we set aside some time to celebrate everyone in the community and what they've been working on. And members of the community can share in the Discord, in the community showcase channel, anything that they'd like to have shown off on stream. So that's coming up quick. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of brush, smooth and clean up, and then we'll go back to that middle section. She has no idea that I'm drawing this. Oh, going to be a surprise, is it? Very cool. Time to head to work. I'll catch you all on the next one. Hey, Fire Shadow, thanks for hanging out with us, bud. And you safe travels, and I hope you have a good day at work, bud. We'll see you around. Of course, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be back at it on Thursday. There's a spot right there. I need to go in there with a little ball stylus and smooth that. Yeah, right there. That needs fixed. Okay. Now, that center area of the brow, that's our next area of focus. After I deal with this. There we go. You know, I may not cut anything. What we might do instead. Spoon! No spoon yet. Well, Captain Shires, what's up, man? Welcome in. How do? Doing well, man. How are you? How are you? Happy Tuesday. And welcome in. We're getting into the fun stuff very, very quickly here, Captain Shires. Just doing some final blending here on our structure detail, and then we'll be right into all the texturing. I'm gonna watch some TV and eat. Enjoy your stream. Happy sculpting. Kill a sandwich. You enjoy. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's a pleasure to meet you. And hopefully we'll catch you back sometime soon. In the meantime, enjoy that TV and food, and happy crafting. Good to hear you found some inspiration and some helpful instruction. It was a crappy day at work, but now sketchbook time. Well, I'm sorry to hear that it was a crappy day at work, but now you're home. Hopefully you put that behind you and relax and have some fun. Just a little bit of focus mode for this blend. These brows, a little bit of a pain, but we'll get it there. How's Feral? I'm doing great, doing great. Yeah, I don't mean to be so quiet. I'm just kind of hyper focused on this little small area right now. Get this done and I can breathe a little bit and relax, you know. Let's give that a brush. Getting to the point where I kind of need to clean it up so I can see what we got yet. As far as smoothing, any seams, there's definitely one right there in the bevel. But yeah, since I finished up stream yesterday, I've been itching to get back to this. Really, really happy with how this is coming out. Also, you guys remember if you were here yesterday, we rated Michi Myers. How did we like that stream? What an amazing artist, right? And just a really pleasant stream to hang out at, I find anyway. Stevie, welcome in. Why didn't it do a shout? Why didn't it do a shout for Stevie? Is the bot working? There it is. Strange. Because I've been here for hours. I thought you'd been here, but you said anything in chat? Maybe it already triggered it. You'll have to forgive me, Stevie. My days run together, man. And I was instantly thinking, I saw you got gifted a sub in Mitchie's channel yesterday. Yeah, let me do a shout. Yeah, folks, linked in the chat, Stevie Seal. If you're not following, another creator and streamer here on Twitch, be sure to show some love. Check out Stevie's stream. No one replied, so I lurked. Oh, here? I'm sorry, dude. If I ever don't respond, just assume I didn't see your message, you know? Feel free to, yell at me. It's something I'm trying to get better at, but it is a struggle when I'm back and forth with my focus. And most of the time I'm looking at chat on my tablet, which works. It's definitely a nice little thing to have handy here, but it's also easier to miss messages, I feel like. Occasionally I'll catch myself having missed a message when I look over at the bot because it's a much bigger display there. I can see a longer running, chat log. But on the bot, it can go away real quick. Or I'm sorry, on the tablet. I didn't take it personally. I cried to Mrs. Wrinkles. Ah, jeez. Now, see, making me feel bad. I see. All right, let's clean up a little bit because we don't necessarily need all of these now. How we doing on time? 31 minutes. Spoon, composite tool. We don't need that. That's going to stay. Might keep that handy as well. And if you guys don't mind, and even if you do, sorry, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I normally would try to time that with the ad break, but it crept up on me. I gotta hit the head here. I'll be just a minute, and I'll leave you guys with a little bit of a close up of our boy here. All right. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Like I said, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Quick pee break, and we'll get right back to it. I'll see you guys in just a moment. All right. And we're back. Okay, so a little bit more clean up and just double check our blending. There's a piece of little tiny flake of foil in there. Man, I swear. Stupid foil. Hi back, I'm Stevie. Har har. We're going to be doing a lot of wrinkle folds right between the eyes here. In some of those folds, we're going to do some texture detailing right up in here. If we don't finish this guy today, we're going to be very close to finishing this guy. That is for sure. We're moving right along on this today. If we get this guy done today, we'll be starting on that one. That one on Thursday. Okay, so let me kind of get an idea. A lot of wrinkles down. We're going to do some wrinkle detail along the lips. I need to work up around the nose, between the eyes. Okay. Get a drink. Okay. How do I want to do this? First and foremost, we're going to need to reshape these nose holes. Craft, what's up, man? Welcome in. How we doing? I need a clay ball so I can clean off anything we scrape away. I'm just making a little bit of a definition on the sides here. And then we're going to extend that into the top. Living large. Very good. Very good. Oh, shit. That could have been bad. Spent most of the morning setting up some channel point audio files, researching computers. Gonna make a move on that very soon. Nice, dude. Yeah, I would definitely say, as far as stream PCs go, I think one of the most important things would be making sure that you've got a NVIDIA card that supports NVEC encoding, because it's hugely beneficial. Offload some of that off the processor. Free up that processing power to other things. Probably getting a 4060. Nice. Yeah, I had a 2080. The beginning of the year, I upgraded to the 4070 Ti Super. And it's been a great card. And I got the Asus one. I know some people don't like Asus, but I kid you not, I've never had one single issue with Asus. And I've had many different peripherals and hardware pieces from Asus. And I got that 4070 Ti Super. I was impressed. Like, the casing is metal and everything. That's been one of the really confusing things. Like, are the cards different between different companies? I thought Nvidia made them. So they have like partnerships. Kind of like, I would say probably, think of Android, right? that's a Google thing, but it's their software. But other companies can make Android phones and then tweak that software. It's kind of the same idea. They make the GPU essentially, and then other companies can do their own thing. But I think like with the like the 4070 Ti Super, for instance, and there was one other, I think it might have been the 4080 Ti. Only Asus got the rights to do those, which I thought was kind of crazy because I don't recall ever seeing them restricted to one company in the past, but let's see. I need a wedge. Streams froze? That must just be you. We good, everybody? Stream fine? Is that it? It doesn't show any drop frames other than whatever happened earlier. Are we good? It's Twitch. It's done it a few times on different streams today. Yeah, I was wondering because I don't ever drop frames. So when I do, it tells me there's either something going on with the internet or Twitch. I feel like Tuesdays and Mondays lately have been kind of especially twitchy, you know? I don't know why that might be, but the last couple weeks I've kind of noticed. But we are good on stream? Everything's good? Craft, what I was saying, if you can hear me, why don't I confirm that you can hear me first? let me know, Craft. You're hitting some huge progress milestones. I don't come in for like a week and you've gotten crazy better. Lobstar, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, we kind of go back and forth. You know, I did the Jerboa and the last couple projects. It did feel to me like a little bit of a step backwards on that, but I try not to focus on that. And I, because it was getting to me, especially right after finishing the Jerboa. Oblina is a pretty set standard character. Not a lot of opportunity for extra detail. And that's why I enjoy with those sculpts. I enjoy really working on the base that much, because it gives me that opportunity to have some fun with some detail. And then of course the candy corn monsters. I got to do a little bit more with detail. These guys though, this is where I get to have some fun. But thank you. I appreciate it. Those eyelids are amazing. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to be doing some pretty serious texture detailing on this fella. Echo? No echo. No echo. Yeah, so Craft, I was saying, like with Android, right? Google owns Android, right? Android, like the software, the operating system itself, is a Google thing. And that's why, like, if you get a Pixel phone, you're getting stock Android without extra BS, right? But other phone companies, you know, other tech companies can make Android phones, and then they're free to add their own tweaks and bloatware, BS, and all of that. And I think that it's kind of like the same licensing agreement with NVIDIA and various other card manufacturers, right? Like they're using NVIDIA's tech, but they do their own little tweaks and things like that to it. And it must be a thing that like changes between various card series. Like maybe they update those licensing agreements, because for instance, with my card, the 4070 Ti, I thought it was a little bit unusual, but Asus was the only company making those cards. Hell, I don't even think NVIDIA made their own in-house versions. I could be wrong, and maybe they have since, but at launch, I'm fairly certain it was only Asus, which is fine. Like I said, I like Asus. I've never had any issues with any of my hardware from Asus. So, but I do know some people don't care for Asus. I don't know why, but maybe just bad luck. Or maybe I've had good luck. Who knows? Android? No. I was using that as a comparison because he was talking about like he was wondering about the different companies that make NVIDIA graphics cards. I was saying I think it's something similar, like a licensing agreement with Nvidia and other card manufacturers, much like Google owns Android, but they have different phone companies that make Android phones, not just Google, you know. In fact, Google wasn't even making Android phones out the gate. That was only in the last several years that the Pixel came out. Okay, phone. I didn't say the okay Google thing. Now I did. Damn it. Stop. Stupid voice activation. Now we got to do wrinkles around the nose tip here. Let's see. And a little bit of all right. Stream keeps freezing. That's weird, man. It should be fine. It's fine on my end. How's it for everybody else? Probably don't need to worry about what company makes it. I mean, I would worry about it just for quality's sake, but most of them are pretty, commonly across the board the same, I would think. Especially spec wise, you might have some features that one might offer, but I haven't researched, as far as those go. I was looking at the 4070 Ti, or the Super specifically. And like I said, I didn't even have any options other than this one. So there was no reason to do any comparisons, Jazzy, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Tuesday to you. And Puffintosh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And yeah, Craft, I'm sorry you're having issues, man. I'm curious though, if anybody else could let me know if they're seeing any issues. Because like I said, on my end, we're looking good. I'm assuming it's a Twitch thing or internet connection thing or something, but all right, we got to flip this and I got to do the other side. Just to kind of make a little bit more texture here. Great day. Thank you. Celebrated my dad's birthday with lunch and drinks. Nice. Nice. Well, happy birthday to your dad. And thank you. Yeah, it's been a good day. Just enjoying working on these guys. Excuse me. I was really kind of chomping at the bit to get back to work here on these. And we're making good progress today once again. Oh, overly full now? Oh no. I'm getting hungry. Might have to grab a snack on break. And there
It's
it
time
is.
to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Atticus was listening. He said Feral needs some food. Time for a break. Clean that up a little bit. Man, I'm so happy with how this dude's turning out. Some of the detail probably doesn't really come through. Let's see. You can kind of see the texture detail on the upper mouth. After break, we're probably going to start working on the folds, some of the lines and wrinkles in the folds there. And do a little bit more cleanup in this general area. But we are moving right along, folks. Once we finish up the face, we can start putting on the rest of the pumpkins sides here. And yeah, I don't know that we'll necessarily finish them up today, but we'll be damn close. We'll certainly finish them up on Thursday and probably even be able to start on the other one. So we got an ad starting in about 1:20. It is that time. We do ad breaks on once an hour for 3 minutes. So it kind of gives us an opportunity to get a stretch, grab a snack, all that good stuff. And I'm going to grab a snack for sure. Actually, I still need that. Lots to Beast, welcome in, man. Welcome in. Just about ready to go to an ad break, but still more work to do today. Probably just you? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I'm not seeing. We had an instance at the start of the stream sometime when it dropped a bunch of frames, but again, I think it was it must be something on Twitch's side, ingest server, you know. But hopefully that gets sorted. Maybe it's just a ISP thing going on. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. We'll be back after the break. And beforehand, let me go ahead and throw some links your way. Specifically, there's one for the YouTube channel. That's the main YouTube where you can find all my previous work in the form of condensed time lapses and showcase videos. And as we complete projects, I do showcase videos that go live on the channel. You can also join the Discord. That is the best place for all the latest updates. Just hang tight when you join. It is a manually assigned access role, and I will get you assigned the Raven role as soon as possible. But you can share your artwork in there. We love to see it. Let us know when you're going live, all that good stuff. And hope to see you there. But with that said, there's the ads. I'll throw the break screen up, and I will see you guys in just a few. Thank you again for being here. Truly appreciate it, guys. The support has been incredible, so thank you. I will see you in just a few.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, welcome back. Just enough time to fill my vape and grab a snack. And a drink. All right. How we doing, guys? We hanging in there? We're making good progress today. Thank you guys for hanging out. And just a quick look. I'm going to kind of taper off how much we do this. But it is new. And just to kind of show you guys what I've been up to. There's a link in the chat there. FeralMoon.studio is live. And I'll show you a little bit here. If you were interested in taking a look at my work, the website's going to display all of it. You can check out still galleries. You can check out all my showcase videos and time lapses. But it's all there. as well as some information on, backstory and all of that. I did want to bring it up. The blog, we talked about it yesterday, but just to kind of reiterate for those that may not have been here yesterday, the blog is live and it will populate on the homepage there as posts are added. And one of the things that's going to happen there is as we release a project, once it's completed and I've got the showcase released, I will be posting on the blog on the website and kind of give a little bit more of a rundown behind the sculpt, a little bit of backstory on what motivated me to take on the project or why I decided to do the project or what have you. And a little reflection on the process and the experience of the project. And then as well as, kind of summarizing any lessons learned. Like, of course, on the candy corns, the entire premise was to revisit the sculpt that I did way back when I got back into sculpting and to scale them up and to add more detail. One of the things I learned was these were way too big. I had fun with them. I'm glad we did them, and I'm glad I have some at this scale. But in the future, we're going to find like a happy middle ground for future iterations on the candy corn monsters, for example. And I just figured it'd be kind of fun to share. And maybe useful, maybe I can spare somebody learning lessons the hard way. Not necessarily in this project, but maybe in the future or something like that. Also, if there was anything that anyone ever wanted me to sculpt commission wise, I haven't thrown the door wide open on commissions. But there is the possibility. So if there's something that you wanted, me to make, it's no guarantee that I'll accept the commission, but I'd love to hear from you. And if I think it's a good fit and a good vibe for my style and all of that, then I'd be happy to, So, yeah, I'm really, really proud of the progress made on the website. I think it's looking pretty good. And I think it's going to serve as a nice little hub for the stream and my work. We got some stuff in the art gallery. Oh my gosh, Rose, did you already get this done? Let me do this. Rose posted in the art gallery in Discord. Take a look. Very nice, Rose. I love it. Excuse me. Said friend may be losing marbles a bit over it in a good way. Well, that's awesome. I mean, rightfully so. That's really good. Nice work. Great job, Rose. I love it. Red pandas are freaking cool, man. They really are. Also, on Sunday, multiple people caught your dragonfish on Andy's stream. Such a good picture. All right. I need to do a bit more on this side. It's a little bit not right. So let's get over here. That's better. We'll come back to that. But I want to focus on a little bit of a wrinkle detail on these guys right here. All right, back. Sorry, work. How's it going? Welcome back, Freaky. You must have snuck in earlier, or I apologize if I missed you, man. And folks, there we go. There's a shout out in the chat. Freaky Deek is another sculptor here on Twitch, an incredible sculptor at that. And he definitely deserves your attention. Check out what he's doing over there. Drop a follow. Show some love. You won't be disappointed, I assure you. And welcome in, sir. Happy Tuesday. Excuse me while I do wrinkles, you know. Thank you for the shout. Hey, no worries, man. Not at all. Just dropped in for a minute, then the phone rang. Yeah. I know how that goes. I felt so bad yesterday. You know, we raided Mitchie's stream, and then right as we raided, Minchie walked in. So I was saying hi to her, and then I was like, oh shit, it's time to take care of the animals. I finally did get back to the stream. Hung out there for the rest of the evening for the most part. Really enjoy Mitchie's stream. And I hope if you guys, anyone that that joined us maybe for the raid yesterday, it was their first time there. I hope you guys enjoyed as well. Mitchie sounds German, is she? Yep, yep. Yeah, her illustrations are absolutely insanely good, man. I freaking love her style. Her and Doomfruit, Linecraftery, really amazing artists. I've already got my Linecraftery piece, or at least one. I intend to have another at the very least in the future. I'm thinking about some others. I've been thinking about commissioning Doomfruit to do a werewolf in front of a red moon. Holy shit, I think that would be awesome. With his style, are you kidding me? It would be so freaking cool. I'd love to do a sculpture based on her illustrations. Yeah, her original character too is super cool. In fact, I wish I'd known. Um, she was she's doing a contest this month, and you know, for people to do drawings or fan art of her original character, and 3D is accepted. 3D art. That would have been a super fun sculpt. But we may very well be doing something related to that in the future, so stay tuned. So, well, that's too much. Let's go with that brush. Freaking hate doing the other side. I hate doing the other side so much. I'll be tied up with other obligations first, maybe next year. Yeah. Yeah, I might I say might, but it's probably gonna happen. I think I might be doing a sculpt of her Killer Tomato emote character. She was talking about commissioning it, but I was like, well, I was already planning on doing something like a Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, and that definitely lines up and would scratch that itch for that kind of sculpt. I'd be happy to do it for free if you want to help with the shipping or whatever. I'd be down to do it simply because it sounds fun. And it kind of lines up with plans I already had, right? Still haven't seen those movies. I don't think you're really missing anything on the movies, but I enjoyed the cartoon. It's kind of crazy. We were talking about it yesterday. Like that movie was not at all for children, and they made a cartoon, you know. But the same, like I was saying yesterday, the same can be said about the Toxic Avenger. Like that movie was absolutely not for kids, and they made a TV or a cartoon. Love such movies usually. Yeah, the ones that you know, they're not great movies, but they're not like they're the kind that are like so bad they're good. Like good, they're bad in a good way, I guess. It's not like Morbius. It's not a Morbius situation. Okay, I think we're at the point now where I can turn my focus to the brow and kind of do a little bit of the same of what we've been doing here. The first Turtle movie? Dude, I freaking love the first Turtles movie. I think it's the best Turtles movie, you know? I thought about getting that new Turtles game for Minchie and I to play, but after looking more into it, I don't know if that's the kind of Turtles game I'm looking for. Never seen it in English. That's also on my to-do list now. Turtles? I didn't mind the newer Turtles movies too much. They were all right. And then the animated one that came out, that was a good watch. I know some people don't particularly care for that art style, but I don't mind it. I thought it was cool. It was also kind of neat that, you know, they were actually voiced by teenagers, which has never been done. Like, what? Only seen them when I was younger in German dub. Yeah, I owned the first movie on VHS as a kid, and I watched that movie every time I went over to my dad's for the longest time. I was a huge Turtles fan as a kid. I mean, who wasn't in our generation, though, you know? It was huge. Huge. I still remember. Oh shit! What was the name of that one? The cyborg turtle. I had that action figure. It was like my favorite one. It had like a pink brain. It was clear, and it would make his eyes glow if you shined a light down. As well as the real Ghostbusters. Ah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I love that too. I had the some of the action figures for that. And the Ecto 1, which I would always take apart and put back together as a kid. Love the real Ghostbusters. Dude, that I don't know if you've seen in my Discord or in Andy's Discord, I've posted links on a couple occasions to a thing. It's a YouTube channel on what's it called? I'd have to look. But like every Saturday morning, they release a full block of Saturday morning cartoons from when we were growing up. And last weekend, they've been doing Halloween themed, you know, for this month. And last week they had the Extreme Ghostbusters. Jesus Christ, that show is crazy for kids. What? And like body horror and shit. I watch them. Yeah, those. I love that channel, man. I don't watch like the full block or anything, but I'll tell you, lately I've been getting up on Saturday mornings and getting my coffee, and I sit down and put that on and just kind of watch it in the background while I'm working on or checking all the things. Look at that. I freaking love it. Now I know what I'm going to do Saturday mornings instead of streaming. No, you have to stream, Freaky Deek. Now I got to do the same on the other side. Man, it's all backwards and shit. I hate it. Stream and cartoons. There you go. Yeah, yeah, there you go. How have cartoons playing on your stream, right? There you go. We can all watch. Also, are you talking about your plans with the future openly there on that, or if not, I'll shut up. But if it's fine to chat about, I was gonna say some words of encouragement, sir. Sculpting and cartoons on Saturday morning, dude. That sounds awesome. I don't talk much about it, but I go one step at a time. Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, if that, as far as what your proposed plan was, you know, um, why not, like, you know, don't make it a focus or anything, nothing to stress about, but like if you're doing like work for more local focus work or whatever, yeah, stream it on the weekends while you're working. Might as well, right? But I mean, that's your decision. That needs cleaned up. A little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more on the sides too. Uh, The whole internet game is just really taking its toll. My dude, I totally get that. I about had a whole ass breakdown over the summer. It was silly of me to allow, but I do understand. I truly do. It's a frustrating game we play. Like truly, it can be pretty awful sometimes, but I don't know. I like for me, I enjoy streaming. There's things that come with streaming that are less than desirable. Absolutely. Um, and I think that can be said as far as the internet at large. But at the end of the day, I enjoy it, and I don't want to let the stupid shit get in the way of things that I enjoy, of the company, of the community that I enjoy. Um, you know, one of the things that for a bit I got a little bit like, why don't these people show up at my stream? And I would take it personal. And finally I got to thinking, like, why am I worried about those people? You know? What about the people that do show up? Because that's what I enjoy, the people that are here. And here I am concerning myself with the people that aren't. well, they're not contributing to why I enjoy this, you know, so why do I care? And once I got that, as far as that whole feeling goes, that sorted me out. You know, and the YouTube stuff is pretty disheartening when you put work into a video and you release it and it does poorly. But I enjoy making the videos, and the people that do watch it enjoy it. Oh, goodness. Details are really starting to show. Cosmic Papa Red, thank you. Yeah, I'm really, really loving this dude. Oh, I love him. Really do. I'm debating, because we're kind of at the point now where we can start adding the remainder and then work on our actual, like, add some bevels and cracks and detailing in that. What are we at? Almost 4 hours on stream. What time is it? 2:30. Why is... Let me see something. The other dog's acting strange. What the hell she's doing? No, she's just being old and weird. She's just being old and weird. Fox is coming along nicely. Thanks, Corpse. Just Red's fine. Name is Redsna. So I go by Red for short. All right, Red. Sounds good. Sounds good. Time doing the thing again. It really is. We're on the 4-hour mark, and I kind of want to get the exterior done. I don't know, man. What do we got until break? 20 minutes? 2:30. We'll go till probably around 4 today. That's fine. I meant to mention before, but I love the giant candy corn. Thank you. They were a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Thinking about watching the old Turtles movie? Nice. I'm fairly certain Deadpool and Wolverine release on Blu-ray today, so when I'm out running errands tomorrow, I think I'm going to pick it up. I've been wanting to watch it, but I've been holding off on... I really want to rein in like my digital purchasing and get back to physical. It got way too convenient and too easy to do. And I want to get away from that. So I've been waiting for the Blu-ray. Where are you guys seeing that candy corn? He's behind. Oh, Corpse is only seeing foxes. That's the problem. Corpse, I didn't see at first who asked that question, and then I saw your name and I was like, oh, I see. I see what's going on here. Yep, everybody's trying to fool Corpse. Corpse knows there's nothing but foxes here. There's no candy corn. Okay. Now the fun process of... Yeah, this isn't bad. It's just a little bit repetitive and tedious is all. We don't have to worry about the bottom too much. What I'll probably do is clean that up and cap it off once this initial bake happens. But it's going to be covered in felt. I'm not going to worry about it too much. What's a fox? What? Everything is fox. You don't see the foxes? There's a fox here, and here, and here, and here, and right there, and over here. And I just realized I've been streaming as a sausage the entire stream. You and I are twinning with our Andy stickers? Yeah, man. Yeah, I got to get some more maker stickers for my carousel. Okay. What do we need? I'll strip here. I was going to say strip action, but that's something else. We don't want that here. That's against TOS. Look, it's the stream song. This is the song I play at the start of the stream. What are you molding it on top of? So I did the foil armature, right? And then I put ultralight on top of that just to give it a solid. I hate sculpting on foil, man. I hate it so much. So if I can, I incorporate a little ultralight to give myself a nice foundation on top. Plus it helps bulk out the foil without using more foil, you know? And I've got like 3 pounds of ultralight and it's relatively cheap. So I don't worry about it too much. Not as cheap as foil, but not expensive either. And it's literally the only thing I use it for, so I don't recommend it for sculpting. It's not a good time. That's why, like you can see, it's real rough. I mean, this stuff is sticky and it very temperamental. It works great for that, but that's about all I would use it for is filling and getting a foundation on my armature. Because it's not fun to sculpt with. Even just doing the bevels was a hassle. Sculpting on foil is always annoying. Dude, I hate it so much. I'm not even a fan of like dealing with wire armatures, but of course it's necessary. I'd rather work with wire over foil any day, every day. It's just not fun. For a while there, I had to kind of get over trying to be super neat while trying to work with foil. And I found, funny enough, the quicker I am, the better I do at getting the shape that I want most of the time. The more I mess with it, the longer I take, I feel like the more I struggle. Yeah, yeah, give it a try, man. If you like the process shires, it's definitely one that works for me. That's for sure. Like I said, messing with the clay itself can be a little bit fiddly, but you just kind of remind yourself this is not the sculpture. This is just the foundation, you know. And keep that in mind. Don't fight with it too much. Just get your basic form and give it a bake, and then worry about all that. You know, as long as you don't make any egregious lumps and bumps, you should be fine. Plus, it sands and you can cut it. You can literally go in there and whittle away with a hobby knife. It cuts away almost as nicely as Sculpting or as Cos clay does. But this is what it looks like. Super Sculpey Ultralight. It's almost like a foam. It's like that looks, it's like a sheet of marshmallow almost, man. It's very foamy. My poor arthritic hands hate armature. Yeah, armature is just not fun. I don't enjoy that part of the process, but of course it is a bit of a necessity. So there's no avoiding it. And the more I do it, the more comfortable I get. New kinds of armatures are always a little bit stressful. I suppose when the day comes that I'm doing a four-legged sculpt of some kind, that's gonna be interesting because I've never done. There's a beard hair. Never done a four-legged armature to this point. Not that I recall, anyway. Freaking love this band. I love this song. Ah! Let's make sure I'm mindful not to put my hands on his face. That would be bad. For a second, I thought I did. In Germany, we have a word for it. I just don't know what the English one is. Verschlimmbessern? Verschlimmbessern? Did I say that right? Meddling with something for too long and making it worse. Yeah. Well, you know, you're messing with clay, so it's just kind of like second nature. I feel like I'm sculpting, so I'm trying to like get the perfect form and all of that, and then I have to remind myself, this isn't it. Stop it. Worsening improvement. Thinking about giving some clay sculpting a go, as I have a week off coming up to get me off paper. Nice, dude. Shires, I can't remember. Have you done any sculpting? I know you've been working on the artwork and getting back into drawing. Have you ever done any sculpting? And if you've told me this before, I do apologize. There's an air bubble there. Sorry, you're not going to work. Years ago? Well, if you have any questions or need any tips or any information, you already know. You're more than welcome to ask. And you just so happen to be seemingly surrounded by folks that can give you some information and help. So I'm going to roll this out again just so I have a full sheet, not this angled crap. How much are a pack of those gloves? There's 100. I pay less than 10, like $6-7. And they last a long time. A lot of times, like today, I won't be reusing these because I've got all this liquid polymer all over them, right? But like on days that I'm just painting or just doing some sculpting that's not messy, I'll reuse them, you know. For one, it's mostly because I try to limit the amount of waste this produces, you know. Are they latex free? Nah, these are latex, I think. Oh no, they're latex free. Here, you want to see? Syngard nitrile exam gloves, latex free, powder free, protein free. Bro, if I had protein on my gloves, these are not fresh gloves and I don't want them, you know? What? Gym bros hate those gloves? What do you mean? Oh. Yeah, that's not going to give you your daily protein intake. No. Protein free. What? That seems like an unnecessary point to make. It's like gluten-free gloves here, you know? But yeah, I think maybe I don't even go through in 2 boxes a year. Not even close, probably. That might change now with streaming. I imagine there's going to be an uptick in the amount that I use, but it's not something I've really paid attention to. I just know I do try to recycle and reuse the gloves if they're not too messy. And they've been great. There's a bit of a texture on the fingertips that it doesn't really transfer to the clay, but it does work nicely for, you know, for blending and just a general grip. I suppose there is a little bit. If I really push into the clay, I can see the texture. But like it's a clean texture, you know what I mean? It's not like fingerprints. It just kind of looks like a plastic finish texture, I suppose. And it brushes, of course, right out with the gloves or with ISO. So okay. Ad starts in 2 minutes 45 seconds.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Okay. This will probably be our last break of the day. Not to say that we're going to have a short amount of time after break, because we've got plenty to do here. Because I would very much at least like to finish up this portion today. And we will pause here in just a moment. You guys won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break right along with you. I need one. I believe we're at the 4-hour mark already. I started early today. That'll probably be a trend moving forward. You know, I have a schedule 12 to 4 Mondays and Tuesdays. I forget what I put for Thursdays. But the point is, I'm just like when I had the schedule and took away the schedule, I'm still streaming roughly the same times. Some days I may start a little sooner and try to go like even to the scheduled time. It's just a matter of what's going on really and what work needs to be done. But I want to make it a little bit more of a consistent experience on time. I know that's easier for everybody to keep track of that way, for one. I can't very well get frustrated that people are upset or that people aren't at my stream, right? If I'm not making it consistent. Can't get frustrated about problems that I'm contributing to. Not without making a conscious effort to correct it. So, and you know what? Things have been great. Turnouts have been awesome. The support has been wonderful. I really appreciate it. The conversations have been a blast. Like I said, I've really been enjoying the stream. So, but there's the breaks, the ad break is started, it looks like. So I will put the brake screen up, and I will see you guys back here in just a few.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, let's do just that. Welcome back, folks. Short and sweet, I hope. Gotta help Jeff Bezos supply that toilet paper for his 7 bathrooms. You know, when you're that full of shit, you need 7 bathrooms and a whole lot of toilet paper. I mean, what? Let's go ahead and get the split view back on. Right now, I just want to close up the gaps and get a bit of a bevel. We'll clean it up after the fact, and then we'll actually go in and do some nice, probably use our bigger little rubber stylus type deal for that. But get a little bit of texture in there. A little bit. And some of these you just need to kind of press together. If there's a bit of a gap, it's not typically a big deal because you can just kind of manipulate the clay to get it to close in on itself. I think I hear a Minchie. I think I hear a Minchie. Or, you know, a fox. What we'll probably do is finish this up and get it cleaned up. We'll see what time it is and go from there. Hide the glow sticks. Yep. Hide the glow sticks, everybody. Put them away. Gotta keep the glow sticks away from Menchie. This one needs closed up. I heard you. We hid the glow sticks from you. Check it out. Isn't he awesome? I freaking love it. Thanks. Yeah, it'll look even better once I get in there and, you know, do some proper cuts and divots and all of that. Right now, I'm just getting these bevels done and cleaning that up. Just bought myself some business cards, only $2.50. I'll probably have 2 in my wallet. The rest will stay in the box till I die. Corpse, you got $2.50. What was that? $30? If I remember right, you said it was like 15 for 100 or something like that. I'm gonna have to look into that. Any idea how long that runs? It's Vistaprint, and that's who Joe's gotten his done through, and he's really happy with them. Because I wanted, like, I was looking at them originally, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know anybody that's used, or at least I don't know of anybody. All right. Because I know I want all black on my card. Let me give Minchie a hug here. Acquire the hugs. Hugs have been acquired. Well, I went special. Oh yeah. You got the UV spots, right? Cost 35 pounds in total, but rounded corners premium. Dude, for 250 cards, you spent 35 pounds and you had all the extras. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Hi, chat.
And she says hi. I didn't change my voice. That was Menchie. I promise. I couldn't even. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Corpse. I'm sorry.
I'll give you a hug.
Oh, I missed a seam. It was hiding in the shadows. Yeah, we've been having a good time today. It's been a nice stream. Productive. Gotten a lot done here. But I did start a little early. Yeah, because normally we'd be at 3 hours right now on the normal start time. But yeah, just plan on probably, I'd say, chat, I'll probably start streaming between 11 and noon. It's scheduled for noon, but I figured it's better to promise, to under promise and over deliver, right? Better to say a time and start early than say a time and start late. So I scheduled myself a little bit later than I care to start. And that way, if I've got things I need to go do, I can hopefully get to those and get back in time. I'm at work, yay!
Hi, Fire Shadow.
Yeah, Fire Shadow's working 2 to close tonight. I think he said he's working at a truck stop. They can be. Used to have the one in my hometown. It's not there anymore. It's that big gas station, Starbucks. But it used to have like a little restaurant. It was a truck stop. And we used to go there and hang out, drink coffee, and smoke cigarettes. This gap is not wanting to close up. You're gonna what? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Well, be careful. I got a seam that I'm trying to close here, chat. Sorry. It's just not wanting to cooperate with me. All right. Put in 44 hours last week. I'm assuming that that's 4 hours of overtime. I hope they pay overtime, right? That's always nice. Dude, I had a job. It was a pain in the ass job, but I liked most aspects of the job. Some of them not so much, but this was years and years ago. We had 50-hour work weeks, so it was mandatory and regularly scheduled overtime for 10 hours each week, and that was pretty nice. And then I had a week or a day. We each had one day off. You know, it was staggered. We had one day off during the week, and then we all had Sundays off. And that was kind of nice, you know, having a day off during the week lets you get stuff done that, you know, business things that you can't really get to during the weekend because, you know, they're closed or whatever. Perfect. All right. So, we're going to use the bigger brush because it doesn't really matter. And brush all this down and just clean it up some. Get it a little bit smooth. So, a little bit of repetition here. Just word of warning. It's going to be a little bit of this for a minute. X, what's up, man? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good day. And the one nice thing about pumpkins, right? So like I could sit here and be like, oh, it's not like there's little bumps here. It's not an even line. But that's totally fine, isn't it? It's a pumpkin. It doesn't have to be perfectly shaped. As long as we got the form right, some of those little bumps and divots just kind of make it look a bit more natural, in my opinion. Miss my 14 an hour job. Plus, 14 an hour plus jobs. Might start looking for a new one soon. Yeah. Dude, this country's in dire need of raising minimum wage, for one. That doesn't help. It's absolutely absurd that it's still $7.25 at the federal level. Like, you could even possibly live on that. You know what I mean? Not even full-time hours could. That's not paying the bills. Not in most circumstances, I'm afraid. Imperfections can be the best details. Yeah, absolutely. You know, for certain things, you want it to be nice and symmetrical and smooth. But those are a little bit more limited cases than I think a lot of us want to think. I know, like, I'm a perfectionist, man. I'll admit it. It's a flaw. It's a strength. It is whatever I allow it to be. And sometimes it's an obstacle. Sometimes it's an advantage. But I frequently have to remind myself, what I have is good enough. It doesn't necessarily need to be a mirror image or, you know. Hello, fellow perfectionist. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about then. Sometimes it's really obnoxious. Sometimes it really is a strength. But I think that applies to all things, you know, even on the topic of mental health. I've mentioned it a little bit on stream. Ah, shit. Hold on. You know, there's absolutely no denying that my anxiety disorder is a hindrance most of the time. But there are things about it that make it kind of a beneficial thing. This doesn't really matter because it's going to get covered, but like up in here, this does. Right in the middle, not so much. Right here, absolutely need to fix that. The whole Western world struggling with jobs and wages. Yeah. Welcome to late stage capitalism, folks. It only gets worse from here. Thank you for coming to my motivational speech. Wonder if 2025 develops better. I don't know, man. I feel like until we start letting go of some of these archaic systems that we insist on holding on to, I just don't see how we change anything drastically in the way that it needs to be in a lot of cases. But admittedly, the world has made me a tad bit cynical when it comes to that type of thing. God, I love what a song, man. What a song. Love this band. I hope it does for everyone's sake. I do too. I hope it does. I just, man. And right now here in the US, I don't need to, I'm sure I don't need to explain, like, it feels a little on edge right now with the uncertainty of things to come in the coming weeks. And, and let me ask you guys this, just as a neutral question, just out of curiosity. Folks in other countries outside of the US, what would happen if a convicted felon ran for the highest office in your country? Would that fly? Because it feels really weird that that flies. Like, you can't work at McDonald's as a felon, but you can run the country? What? As over time, people otherwise go on the streets. I know it's never helpful to have external validation, but it says it anyways, dude. I love your videos. I haven't watched them all yet, but step by step. The candy corn monsters turned out super sweet. You captured the perfect mood for Halloween. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's one of those things, aspirations of childhood and all of that just didn't pan out. I've loved video for most of my life and working with it. And at one point I wanted to get into film, and that never transpired, obviously, but I'm just glad I have a reason to still make stuff, you know? And it's funny because it wasn't always like that. I, at one point, wanted to be a paleontologist. I was obsessed with dinosaurs as a kid. From a very young age, like very early, I was obsessed. And when Jurassic Park came out, some of you guys have heard this story many times over the course of the Jerboa sculpture, but when Jurassic Park came out, man, I was like, holy shit, they brought these things to life, you know? As a kid, like, this was like, you just made my dreams happen, right? And then I wanted to do that. Specifically, I wanted to get into like special effects. And you know what? I didn't do that, but I'm kind of doing that stuff, you know? And I'm doing it for myself instead of some shitbag Hollywood executives. But, you know, if there's any shitbag Hollywood executives out there that want to pay me money to do sculpting, you know, I'll reserve the calling you shitbags. I'm still obsessed with dinos. Oh yeah, I love, like, dinosaurs are freaking awesome. You know, I'll always go to the next Jurassic Park movie. Yeah, I know people have feelings about the recent ones, but I didn't mind them so much. Nothing will ever top the first one. That's just the inevitable truth. But I enjoyed what they did. It was fine. And I know we're getting more. I'm curious to see what they do with that. I do feel like the franchise, as far as story goes, we're getting to a point where it's going to kind of jump the shark. And that concerns me. But it's like, where do you go from here, right? But I don't know. Some might say they already jumped the shark with some of the themes in the recent movies, I suppose. But I mean, it's not too far fetched. If we're cloning and bringing dinosaurs back to life, then the idea of humans being involved in that process isn't exactly a stretch, I suppose. You ever want to make things just for yourself, film wise, and see how that goes? No, you know, it's weird, dude. Like, when it comes to making video, I don't like making things just for myself. I like to share it. It's all in the shared experience for me. I think all of my work is very much like that, but mostly when it comes to video, because it's like I spent this time making this for other people to watch. You know what I mean? And if it doesn't, then it feels kind of shit. Like the you know, that's where I've had to really check myself with YouTube, because I get really down and out when those videos, when a video doesn't do as well as I expected it to, or just abysmally, like the candy corn video, unfortunately. We follow the news of the election in the U.S. very closely. It's unimaginable that Trump's even able to get so many votes. Dude, it's I can't even, the fact that he's even able to run is mind blowing to me. Like, the same problem in Europe. Right wing parties arise for years now. I'm shocked that we Germans don't know better. It's definitely making a resurgence, and it's incredibly concerning. Probably not a popular opinion, but I've got the conclusion that no matter the country, nobody's fit to run them, and people get judged harsh because of their leaders' choices. Yeah, I have a lot of feelings about borders and countries and governments, but idealism, you know. The Lost World. Oh yeah, I liked all the Jurassic Park movies. Some are definitely better than others. Um, I was obsessed with Lost World when it came out. The jumping shark. I think they did that one. Jurassic Park over and over and over, and to this day it still gives me chills. It's such it, dude. It holds up. The original holds up so well. Wonder what would happen if they used birds for cloning. Discovery scene where they first see the Brachiosaurus still drives me to tears. Dude, yeah. It's so good, man. So good. That movie, you know, of course, it got me interested in film. It also got me incredibly interested in the works of Steven Spielberg. I'm not as like enthralled by Steven Spielberg these days. I respect the hell out of the man, but you know, I've expanded to other directors that I appreciate. David Fincher. I like a lot of what David Fincher does and what he brings to the table stylistically. Nolan, I like Nolan. I think Nolan's a little bit full of his own. I think he's been huffing his own supply a little bit too much. A little high on his own supply, you know what I mean? Not to say he's a wonderful director. I just think that there's a lot of hubris in a lot of his recent work. Oh, why can't I think of his name right now? Director of Baby Driver. Another really good director. I still need to watch Last Night in Soho. I have not watched that yet. Venture? We share the same opinion about Nolan. I like, dude, I like Nolan and everything. I didn't bother with Tenet. I tried and I'm like, nah, nope, nah. I think that Oppenheimer was a wonderful movie. Sure. Again, the dude can make movies. I just think he knows that he can make movies a little bit too much, you know? Edgar Wright, yes. I love the fact, like, if you've never seen Baby Driver, do yourself a favor and watch that movie. It sounds like it's a weird name for a movie, and I think a lot of people were like, what the hell is this? Because of that. But it's so freaking good. And like it's edited to the music, like almost entirely. And it's so freaking good. Oh my God. Like that whole opening portion, I was just floored when I first watched that movie. And I'm like, okay, I am so in on this. I had a date back then. The movie sealed the deal. Could you imagine if Minnie Driver was the baby driver? I'm gonna have to watch that movie again. It's been a while. I own it, and it's so good. I've watched it countless times already. Another movie I want to go back to is uh, American Beauty. That movie, when that movie came out, that movie absolutely enthralled me. I was absolutely captivated by that. In fact, I recently stumbled across the scene with the plastic bag, and I think it hit me harder than it did when I watched it as a kid. There's something so simple. It's so brilliant. I love Edgar Wright's Cornetto trilogy, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, The World's End. Yes, I have not seen Hot Fuzz, but I have seen Shaun of the Dead, and I saw The World's End in theaters when it came out with some friends. So basically we're going to do this across the entirety, right? As we have been. I might do a couple rounds of this. We'll see. But before we do another round, if we do more, we're going to go around and do a little bit of crack detail. We're not smoking crack and then doing details. We're actually like doing cracks in the pumpkin. Little cuts and scrapes. You gotta watch it. Hot Fuzz is his love letter to action movies. Nice. Yeah, I think that Baby Driver is definitely one of my favorites of his, just because of what he did with the music in it. I love editing to music. I love it. If I do it a little bit in my showcases, some more than others. If you go back to some of my other stuff, there's some that are like very, very edited to the music. It's fun. I enjoy it. I think it creates some interesting opportunities for editing, and it can create a nice visual and audio combination. I just find it incredibly satisfying, not only to edit, but just to watch stuff that's filmed and edited that way. All right, we're almost back to the front. We're going to do that top and the bottom. Careful around our details. Prefer doing music videos too. Read he's working on a remake of The Running Man? No kidding. I think there was a point in time where he was signed on to do something for Marvel, I think, but it didn't pan out or something. What a shame. That would have been freaking cool. Instead, they gave movies to Taika Waititi. He ruined Thor. Everything made sense when I found out that he didn't write Ragnarok and only really directed it. Then I was like, okay, now I understand. Because at first I'm like, how do you make Ragnarok and then make this piece of shit? Do not speak that name. Yeah, I wouldn't hold it personally against him if he didn't make comments that were pretty ridiculous after the fact. And now I'm just like, no, if you made it, I'm just going to avoid it, bud. I don't really like you. I am glad we're apparently going to get a nice proper Thor movie, though. Thor 5 is apparently going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And it's supposed to be more like a serious. And I would suspect it's probably going to be the last for Chris Hemsworth, but who knows? Hmm. You can still see his influence in the Ant-Man movie, the quirky, humorous dialogue scenes. Oh yeah, I didn't mind the Ant-Man movie. It wasn't terrible. The Ant-Man movies were never super amazing. It's Ant-Man, you know, but I enjoyed them. I think I enjoyed the first and the last one more than I enjoyed the second one. I think the second one just had a little bit too much going on. Still haven't watched Guardians 3, dude. Oh my god, I freaking love that movie. I'm sad. I want more James Gunn Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but as it stands, that's it. Yeah, it's one thing. Never say never, but it doesn't look likely considering, you know. I will say if you got an itch for Guardians and you haven't yet played the game, what a gem that game is. I highly recommend it. It kind of unfortunately came out in the shadow of that shitty Avengers game, which I won't even say it was shitty. It was okay. I would have preferred it to not be a live service, but there was fun to be had in that game. But yeah, it came out in the shadow of that, so it didn't do so well, sales wise. But it's a phenomenal game. Really, really captures the essence of the characters, and Hollywood will reinvent themselves as they always do. Right now, the indie productions have more success than the big studios. They won't watch that for too long without adapting. Yeah. Well, and part of the problem too was like with Marvel, you know, Disney was pushing them to make more and more and more. And now Kevin Feige's been able to kind of rein that in a bit. So I want a final season of Last Man on Earth. I don't know that I'm familiar. I want a day where I can sit and watch all three. Oh, the Guardians movies? Yeah, that'd be a good time. Dude, that movie hit me hard at the end for a number of reasons, really. The Guardians 3. I won't get into details because spoilers, but that's a pumpkin, Charlie Brown. It's great. It's the stupidest thing you'll ever watch. Disney also needs to stop remaking the cartoon. Oh, yeah, I 100% agree. I don't understand how many failures it takes for them to realize this. Nobody wants this. Stop it. Why would I watch this when I could watch the original? You know? They serve no purpose. Even I like feel like having superhero fatigue. Yeah, I don't think it's something that I'm susceptible to as long as it's good. If we were getting one piece of shit after another, that might wear on me after a time. Like if I was a DC fan, I'd hate life right now. You know what I mean? Not that I don't enjoy DC, but it's definitely I've always been more towards Marvel, you know. I grew up reading X-Men, Spider-Man, or Spider-Man. I read Spider-Man because Ben Reilly was there in Maximum Clonage. It was multiple Spider-Men. You know, it wasn't until my older years that I got into DC, Green Arrow. I always liked Batman, of course, but I never really watched or never really read the Batman comics. It was always the animated series, the movies, you know. I haven't seen a DC movie in years. I'm enjoying the Batman games though. Yeah, Zack Snyder needs to produce movies and stop directing them. He's a wonderful visual producer. I would even argue like sound design sometimes. Stop directing movies, dude. I don't like Zack Snyder as a director. I do much love the guy. Yeah, no hate. I just think I think that he's more of a producer, dude. I because like a lot of shit about a Zack Snyder movie, I'm like, yeah, I like that. But when it gets all put together, I'm like, I don't like that so much. I don't And I think that he recycles a lot of the same like visual imagery, um, a lot of like Christ embodiment and stuff like this, you know. And he has a great writer, his work shines way more. Yeah, that's just it. If they give him less important decisions to make impacting the story and the flow of the movie, we're good. Because I think he brings a visual style and oftentimes coupled with a nice audio style. And maybe give him movies that don't lean so much on special effects. Not to say it's his fault, but I don't know. You know, like I said, I don't hate Zack Snyder. I just not so much of a huge fan of his directing. Okay. Last of his movies he wrote by himself, and they're weak. Yeah, the those Netflix movies that are basically copies of Star Wars that took all the good stuff out of Star Wars. That was my basic understanding of them. I'm gonna add a little bit more crack detail, like little nicks and dings and stuff like this. Uh, you know, go in, do a little bit of this. Maybe some little divots. What time do we have right now? Almost 4. Like the red eyes? Yeah, that's red and resin. on the original. Like I said, this was my first YouTube video. And just thrown together with some old clay that I had. Yeah, we'll do all of that. I'm just debating if we do it today. That's probably going to be at least another hour, and I kind of need to go eat. I should probably do that. We've been live for almost 5 hours. I think regardless of whether or not I can keep going, it's a matter of should I keep going? So what we could do for Thursday, we come back in, finish this up real quick with some of those little details, and get him in the oven. We start on this guy. Once he's out of the oven, cooled off, we can do the stem and finish him up. And then go right back to working on this one. I think that sounds like a plan. Dude, I am so happy with this guy. Really, really happy with that one. Very nice person too, and went through a lot. Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, I respect him. I don't hate him. I feel like he would be suited better as a producer in the producer role. So yeah, I think we'll plan on that. I should really go eat some food. And we'll finish that guy up on Thursday. And actually start working on the other one on Thursday as well. A lot of work done today. A lot of work done. A lot of detailing happened today. Some of it comes through, some of it does not. But I'm really happy with this guy. And then once we get a stem on there, you know, that'd be nice. My time to go to bed. Thanks so much for helping me relax this evening. Wonderful. Absolutely, Freaky D. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. I'm glad you enjoyed. Loving the sculpt and the details. Thanks, Captain Shires. Is this a earless fox? Yeah, we haven't put the ears on yet. We'll have to do that on Thursday. We'll add the ears. Linecrafty, what's up, man? Folks linked in the chat there. Linecrafty, I mentioned earlier, a wonderful illustrationist and streamer here on Twitch. Definitely deserves your attention. Drop a follow, check out his stream, show some love. For me, it's got that Eddie vibe. Eddie. Oh, from like Iron Maiden. Okay, yeah, Iron Maiden Eddie. Yeah, I can see that. I could see it. Bad ears? Oh, God. Big ears, man. Big ears. As much as I love that jerboa, man, I don't really look forward to the day that I have to do big ears again. It was nice chatting. Looking forward to stopping by your stream. Yeah, definitely check out Freaky stream, man. Definitely do. Freaky Deek's a wonderful sculptor, streamer, and human being. I'm pulling up the Twitch to see who's live right now. I think there's an Andy streaming. I think. Yes. Shall we go watch Andy play some Dad of Boy? I think that's what it's going to be. Are there really not? Wait a minute. Hold on. Why is my follow list so? Oh, it's because Twitch is dumb. That's why. Why is it not on my following page? There we go. There does be an Andy. Yeah, normally we do raid out to other sculpting and hobby streams, you know. But it's Andy Mecca. Andy Mecca is one of the reasons why I'm streaming on this platform. Inspired me to do so. And there's only, you know, so many opportunities we get to raid Andy because I typically don't stream when he's streaming. So we'll do that. We're gonna go say hello to him. Just know that normally Andy's sculpting. If you're not familiar, you can see some of his work there, and definitely drop a follow because he does gaming 1 day a week, but the rest of the streams are sculpting, and wonderful sculptor. So we'll go say hello to Andy. Before we do, another option besides exactly not today. There's not. Before we do, I'm gonna snooze this ad, and thank you guys sincerely for a wonderful stream today. We had some offline follows. Karmic, Ridley, and Strange Lemon Art. Thank you all for the follows. We saw Strange Lemon coming in earlier today, and I appreciate that. Potato Sauce followed us today. Thank you for that. Cosmic Papa Red followed. Thank you for that. Lazy Spudsy and Kill a Sandwich. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. And Puffintosh. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for that. We're going to hop over here. Thank each and every one of you that have spent time here with me today. Whether you're lurking or chatting, I appreciate you. Lurkers, it helps a tremendous deal. So thank you for the lurks and everybody that's been contributing and partaking in chat today. You guys are the reason why I have fun doing this. Our conversations, the time we spend hanging out here and chatting about all sorts of things. I love it. I really do. It's a pleasure to go live each day and hang out with each of you. So thank you for being a part of that. And thank you for being a part of those conversations. Appreciate you. We'll be back at it on Thursday. No stream tomorrow. I'm going to go visit my grandfather, run some errands, and relax. That is the plan. And then we'll get back to pumpkin sculpting on Thursday. So let's go ahead and get some raid calls out. Non-subs. I like how the list is in alphabetical order. Yes, the viewer list. Dex, have a good one, man. Corpse, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Subs, there's your raid call. Jazzy, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Absolutely happy to stream. And I've got my raid call ready to go. Get those copied and ready. When we get over to Andy's stream, make some noise. Throw that in the chat. Give a hearty hello. Andy's a good dude. It'll be a good time. So I'll see you guys over there. Let's queue up the raid. And I'm going to go get something to eat once we get settled in over there. Andy, Becca. There we are. Queued up and ready to go. Get those raid calls ready. Guys, thank you for hanging out today. It was wonderful. I had a blast. I hope you did too. I'll be back, like I said, Thursday. Until then, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. I hope Wednesday treats you well. We're almost halfway through another week. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. So thank you for hanging out with me today. Take care. I'll see you back here Thursday. In the meantime, like I said, keep creating, dude. Keep at it. It's what my driving factor is these days, and it brings me a lot of healing and happiness, and I hope you find that as well. So thank you guys. Have a good time. I'll see you on the other side of the raid, and I'll see you back here on Thursday. Later, guys.